this year, usually just stay there so you ship over. But this here's a better track to train on than Eddie Churchill is. A lot better.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to Ellis Park for Ellis Park Derby Day. 9 races on the card with 5 stakes events. Wonderful race day planned for you this afternoon. Currently 78 degrees, mostly cloudy skies with a slight chance of rain later on in the card. But first and foremost, ladies and gentlemen, at this time, I ask that you please rise. Kindly remove your caps as we honor America with the singing of our national anthem. Today's guest, Ella Hope.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Give it up, ladies and gentlemen, for another fine job by Miss Ella with our nation's anthem here as we kick things off for our 23rd day of racing here this summer. This Sunday program, we do have 9 races on the card as we celebrate 99 years of fun here at the track. Today is Ellis Park Derby Day. Also, Groupy Day, formerly known as the Gardenia. There are 5 stakes events in all. The first of those stakes races will go as race 3. That's the Ellis Park Debutant, followed up by the Ellis Park Juvenile, the Ottoman Oaks. That'll be 3 straight races 3, 4, 5 in the stakes races. Then the 7th race will be the 4th running of the Run Happy Ellis Park Derby, and then the 40th edition of the Groupy Doll. That will go as the 8th. But at this time, folks, if you'll take out your racing programs, I'll give you today's late program changes. In race number 1, we'll start a pick 3 with this 9-race card. There are no changes. You're reminded the turf rail is set out to 24 feet today. We are fast and firm, and the turf rail is out 24 feet. Race number 2 will start the first of our 2 pick 4s. Race number 2, the start of the early pick 4 in races 2, 3, 4, and 5. Ownership correction number 7, Gentle Soul. Simply take out Joel Bally and Jerry Randall. Scratch number 8, Tonal Impact. Number 8, Tonal Impact scratch from race number 2. Third race will kick off these stakes events. The 5th running of the Run Happy Ellis Park Debutant, $125,000 for the filly 2-year-olds. This race has been very successful in the past. Of course, the winner of this race a couple of years ago went on to win the Kentucky Oaks, and we have a field of 7 to start the stakes day with no program changes. 4th race is the Run Happy Ellis Park Juvenile. And a winner of this race a few years ago was 2nd in the Kentucky Derby, looking at Lee. And this has a field of 7 with no program changes. Race 5 will start the 50-cent pick 5. And in that pick 5, there are 3 stake events. Races 5, 7, and 8 in that pick 5 sequence are stake races. And the second running of the Ottoman Oaks in race number 5. And there are no changes in that as well. Now the 6th race will start the 50-cent late pick 4. In this race, simply scratch all of the also eligibles, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Once again, race number 6, scratch all the alsos, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 are all scratched. There is a late unpublished workout for number 3, Hell or High Water, worked out at the Churchill Downs Training Center on August 1st, a half mile, 49.60 seconds breezing there at the Spectrum. Seventh race, the fourth edition of the Ellis Park Derby, sponsored by Run Happy. And in race number 7, the Run Happy Ellis Park Derby, there are no changes. Field of 6 will go a mile and eighth for a purse of $200,000. Race number 8, formerly known as the Gardenia, it is the Groupy Doll. Groupy Doll, a wonderful filly from the Buff Bradley barn. Won this race a couple of times and, of course, was a multiple champion. This is the 40th running of the Groupy Doll, $125,000 stake event for the fillies and mares. They'll go a mile in the 40th running of the Groupy Doll. In this race, number 11, Lady Rocket, has been scratched, and be aware the 13, Matera, off the also will run. The ninth and final race, sponsored by Run Happy, a maiden 2-year-old special to go a mile on the turf for $51,000. Take out the 1A Horse Daddy. Number 1A Horse Daddy is out. Also scratch the 11 Lemonade at the Latch, the 12 Mondo Gold, number 13 He's an Angel, number 14 Better Tone. So virtually take out all the also eligibles in the ninth race, and there is a late unpublished work for number 2 Bourbon on Fire, who will break from the fence, worked out at Ashwood Training Center. That's ATC on August 7th, a half mile, 50 seconds breezing over a fast surface. Well, ladies and gentlemen, those are the program changes at this time. Any additional changes coming in throughout the balance of this stakes-filled 9-race program, I will get those to you as they do so. A wonderful racing card here put on to you by the Ellis Park Racing Department, Dan Bork, Tia Murphy, and staff. And we'd like to thank you for coming out and tuning in here on this 9-race card. Also, with today being Derby Day, we've been promoting the Talk Derby to Me promotion. And those of you here with the hats and socks that we've been promoting, there will be lucky winners throughout the afternoon on the hat contest, and also the fellows will be entered in a sock contest here this afternoon. Then next week, the Studs and Buds promotion, where you can come on out and join us for the Studs and Buds promotion, and prizes will be given out for that as well. Race 1 of 9, they're on their way over to the paddock here. Post time in just 14 minutes. We are fast and firm here on Groupy Doll Day. Horses in the paddock here for the opener, race number 1, the first of 9, maiden special weight to go a mile and eighth, purse $51,000. Field of 7 to play here. I'm going to go with the debuting number 5, Cleat, well-bred son of Warfront, out of a Empire Maker mare named Amazing Shoes. Amazing Shoes had a winner here on the card yesterday at a route distance that was very impressive. And this one that named Cleat is owned by Seth Hancock's Claiborne Farm, Adele Dill Schneider, and trained by the Hall of Famer Bill Mott. As you see, the assistant trainer there, Kenny, putting the last-minute touches on Cleat. James Graham, fresh off the big win in the Mr. D race yesterday, formerly known as the Arlington Million, and he is back here in the saddle today. And Mott had a good day yesterday, too, up at Saratoga. Of course, he won the Saratoga Special as well. And going to start things here with Cleat as my top pick. The horse opened up as the favorite. I was hoping to get a price. I really like the horse. I like the breeding. I love the connections and the work pattern. In a race that has some horses that's had many chances to break their maiden, I wanted to go with one that I had respect for the connections and the pedigree. So I'm using the horse on top. I was hoping for 6 to 1, but I'll settle out of court right now for 2.5 to 1 and put him on top. Now, another horse we picked last time here when he ran is 6 Tolkien. This one was 30 or 40 to 1 that day and came running and was third, beating about 3 lengths. And Chris Landeros, I think, is a very, very good turf rider, and I think this horse should move forward with that first start off of the long layoff. This one trained by Carlo Vaccarezza and currently being ignored on the board 8 to 1, and that is my second choice. I'll round it out with number 3, Wing Commander. I expect this horse to be the favorite in the end, and currently right now is. And this one trained by Mr. Neil Howard, who is by Get Stormy. The gelding was beaten 4 1/4 lengths last start in the mile and a quarter race, is turning back to the mile and eighth today. I expect him to be forwardly placed. Flow takes the return call, and the horse has to be considered here in a well-matched opener to start things off here in Ellis Park Derby in Groupy all day. 5-6-3 for me, race number 1, 8 minutes. Riders up, orders have been given. Here they come. The horses are on the track for race number 1 from Ellis Park. Maiden special weight to go a mile and eighth on the turf. Field of 7 to go in here. No program changes to kick things off. Win, play, show, exact to try. Super Daily Double starts to pick 3 post time in just 6 minutes. Crossing on over the turf course here for the opener from Ellis. Up comes Cleat. He's out of amazing shoes. Now has had 3 foals to race, all 3 winners with Stepper winning yesterday. First penalty and heels are the other 2. Here comes Mr. Slate. Mr. Slate, he's in. They're at the post. And they are racing at Ellis. Wing Commander had an alert beginning, but it's debuting Cleat, who is into the bit and keen to go on as a race bias for the first time. It's Cleat, the son of Warfront, under the line. Hard held there. James Graham trying to ration out the speed. He's in front by a length and a half as they head in the opening turn. Wing Commander racing in second as they back the pace up right into Tolkien from third. Down on the inside, racing in fourth, My Favorite Uncle. Mr. Slate came away racing fifth, about 7 off the lead, 2 in front of Marvelous Moon Dance and Espresso at the back of the pack. 6 furlongs to go, and up top, the leader is Cleat. And James Graham trying to dole out those fractions like he did yesterday in Chi-Town. He's in front by a 5.5 lengths to Wing Commander, who's way racing in second. Tolkien out in the clear from third. My Favorite Uncle to the inside fourth. A length for the backs. Mr. Slate is still 2 lengths in front of Marvelous Moon Dance, and Espresso will have to pass them all. Up the backside they go, 10 lengths from top to bottom, just outside a half mile travel. And it's Cleat, the son out of Amazing Shoes, shows the way by about 3.5 lengths after a half, 48-3, and into the far turn. It's Cleat still paving the P-patch path. The lead is 3.5 lengths as Wing Commander comes to tackle from second. Tolkien with a couple shoulder tap urges there, kicks out of the 3 path from third. My Favorite Uncle is fourth. Then Marvelous Moon dances a couple of spots as they race around the turn with a quarter to go. And Cleat's lead has been diminished to just about a neck as Wing Commander set to strike for Sir Neil Howard to the outside, just outside of furlong to go. And here comes Wing Commander, the son of Get Stormy with the furlong to go, has found the front. He's opened up by 3, now by 4 with a 16th left to go. Wing Commander punched home at 2.5 to 1 to start off the day. One gathered up in the end by almost 4. Tight photo for second. Marvelous Moon Dance from the backfield, photoed with My Favorite Uncle. The running time for the opener from Ellis Park, 1:49 flat.
Póngale al que pase primero.
Judges posting number 3, Wing Commander as the race winner. They've called for a photo for the second spot, 3 and a photo. Results of the photograph showed that number 4, Marvelous Moondance, was second. Third, number 2, My Favorite Uncle. Fourth, number 5, Cleat. 3-4-2-5. Once again, unofficially 3-4-2-5.
Mismo todo, ¿verdad?
Change gear a bit, you know what I mean?
I know. It always sits pretty good.
Into the winner's circle, number 3, Wing Commander, a 3-year-old chestnut gelded son by Get Stormy out of the Friends Lake mare named My Darling Debbie. The winner's owned by Marion Piercy, trained by Neil Howard, ridden to victory by Florent Giroux. Number 3, Wing Commander, bred in Kentucky by owner Marion M. Piercy. And the first race from Ellis Park now official, 3-4-2-5, official. Wing Commander returned $7, $362.20. $1 trifecta, 3-4-2, $25.50. The 50-cent try, $12.75. Exacta, $14.80. Dime Super, $8.51. Race number 2 is up next. Take out number 8, Tonal Impact. Race 2, start the 50-cent pick 4, made special weight to go a mile in 21 minutes.
Following Sea and Happy Soul faced winners for the first time to kick off Belmont Stakes Week. Following Sea was in cruise control throughout and galloped home 6.5 lengths in front, scoring an amazing 100 Beyer speed figure. Happy Soul, who recorded the highest Beyer speed figure for a 2-year-old filly when breaking her maiden in May, came back and strolled by 11.5 lengths in the Astoria. Seeing is believing. 2 Run Happies, 2 freakish romps at Belmont Park by a combined 18 lengths. Run Happy, standing in stall 1 at Claiborne Farm.
Horses up in the paddock here for race number 2 from Ellis Park. Race 2 starts a 50-cent pick 4. It is a maiden special weight purse, $51,000 to go a mile. We do have a scratch of the 8 tonal Impact. 7 of them left to go. A lot of money coming in on the 7 Gentle Soul to the outside from the Calhoun barn. And currently right now 6-5 Ghost Lore is the favorite, though, and that's where I'll start. This is a good-looking 4-year-old son of Ghost Sapper out of a Gilded Time mare who ran at Ellis Park last start on July 24th off the brief freshening and was second. It was the best horse that day, beaten favorite, but the horse did have a troubled trip. You'll see in the short comment, courtesy of Equibase, bothered, checked hard in the first turn, and obviously indeed it was. And he did overcome adversity. He came running, just got out by Hanks that day. And we will see Hanks later on in the program this afternoon as Hanks is entered in the Ellis Park Derby. But Ghost Lore is a 14-time maiden, but 5 times in the money, made $65,000, 10 of that here at Ellis Park. I think the horse figures in here. He put blinkers on 4 starts ago, as you see them getting applied right now, and the horse woke up. And the last 2 starts, the horse has just been unlucky, but clean trip today, the horse gets paid. Now for second, number 5, Injunction. This is a sophomore son of Skip Shot who's raced 2 times, debuted in Southern California at Santa Anita, and was a 100-1 that day, and was off slow, checked, but did run okay. Only got beat 12 lengths and ran 8th, but off that effort came here to Ellis Park, and they left the horse alone at the windows, and the horse just missed. Came running from just off the pace in behind King's Mischief, and got up to be second, beating 3/4 length. Rafael Bejarano has the call today. Won't be anywhere near 34-1 today, but is currently 6-1 on the board. Now for third, number 1, Bama Lama. This is the son of Runaway and Hyde for the Williamson barn. And this one was third in behind my top pick last start. And that horse didn't have the best of trips, but did come running and just missed. Had a strong gallop out. That one, too, is making a second start here off a brief freshening, and I look for the horse to run well. Brian's had all his horses primed and ready to go here at the meet, and he's 50%, 1, 2, 3 at the meeting. Just 1 win from 16 starts, but like Bama Lama, I think the horse will figure. If he doesn't win, I do think he'll be in the exotics here, but I'm going to go with a little chalk eating here, 6-5 for Ghost Lore, my top pick 4-5-1, and race number 2 does start the pick 4, 50-cent pick 4 here on Groupy all day. And I put together a ticket in the 50-cent pick 4 for you. And today it's on races 2, 3, 4, and 5 with this 9-race card. I'm going to spread out in here just because I'm going to go short later. I don't want to have chalk all day, so I'm going to add a couple other horses in this race just in case something crazy happens. I'll use the 3 we talked about. I'll add the 6 and 7 for some price horses as well. Now, race number 3, I'll go 4 deep. That's the Ellis Park Debutant. Very little sense of morning line favorite. Number 4 we'll use. We'll use the 5 Minnesota Sunset, number 6 Southern Sky, and we'll use the maiden Chopin Drive at 10-1. Race 4, that is the Juvenile. We'll use Roger McQueen from the Larry Rovelli barn for Carolyn Wilson, number 4 Costa Terra for the Winchell Thoroughbreds, and number 7 Candy Landing to the outside, exiting the grade 3 Sanford. And that brings us to the Ottoman Oaks, where we're going to single Caribbean Caper. I think this is the most talented 3-year-old filly in the country at the sprint distance. I think she's going to be uber tough to beat for the Columbine Stables and Al Stahl Jr. $30 play, race number 2, pick 4 time, coming at you. And now the field for the second race, finally on the track here for the starting leg of the Pick 4 maiden special weight to go a mile. Purse $51,000. In this race, take out number 8, Tonal Impact. Number 8, Tonal Impact has been scratched, and there is a ownership correction for the 7, Gentle Soul. The owner should just read Mueller, Reed, and Ladd. Race 2 here at Ellis, Win Play Show, Exacta Try Super Daily Double. Starts at Pick 3 and starts the Pick 4. Just a few minutes to post. Again, you will have a few minutes to make your wagers to allow these horses to warm up in the post parade with that slight delay coming on the track. We were just waiting on the tractors to get off the track. So ignore the 1 minute to post, but there should be about 4 or 5 minutes to post. Good luck. Still just about a minute to make any wagers as the outrider has turned, signaling the horses and pony persons to begin making their way towards the starting gate. Again, the field has turned. They are approaching the starting gate now, less than a minute. And now the maidens have reached the gate. It's post time. Race 2 to kick off the pick 4 here on Groupy all day at the track. Field of 7 to go a mile. To start the pick 4, Bama Lama is in. In goes Ghost Lore for Anita Ebert and Ian Wilkes as the favorite. Injunction packed in. Aeronaut moves in. Here comes Seminole Beach. Another one from the Wilkes barn. One out waiting on Gentle Soul. Gentle Soul and Adam Busquitsa up to the outside. Field of 7 to go a mile here to start the pick 4. He's in. They're at the post. And they are racing. Seminole Beach had an alert beginning. Also a quick into stride from between horses. Aeronaut, and there goes Injunction. So Injunction up and after the lead. Gentle Soul from the high draw from a second. Down on the inside, Aeronaut really keen to go on. The jock trying to get that one to settle has wrangled back into third right alongside Seminole Beach as they turn up the backside. Then 2 lengths further back down along the inside, Bama Lama away in the 5th position. Out wide, the favorite Ghost Lore is 6th, and Southern Rags is 7th and trailing. Compact field, though, with just outside 5 furlongs to travel. 5 lengths would cover the lot. Not much pace on the quarter, almost in 25 seconds flat. So as they cluster up, it's Injunction and Rafael Bejarano trying to dole out the fractions. Gentle Soul second, 3 wide comes Seminole Beach. Corey Lannery has Bama Lama against the fence from 4th. From the middle, starting to advance. There goes Southern Rags. Aeronaut, and the favorite is last, but starting to close in now with a 3 wide brush into the far turn. 3 furlongs from home, half mile, 49 seconds flat. Injunction still out there with the lead. In behind horses locked and loaded is Sealand with Bama Lama. Up to the outside is Gentle Soul, Seminole Beach. A 3 or 4 wide bid from Ghost Lore, the favorite at even money. Is going to be parked out wide to the top of the home stretch. And here comes Gentle Soul. Up and after pace setting Injunction. And Injunction is called it a day as Gentle Soul ratcheting up the pressure. 3 lengths further back to Bama Lama and about 4 more back to Ghost Lore. At even money is going to be no better than a 4th in the final 16th. The winner's gone. Gentle Soul running up the score on the stretch out. Wins gathered up at the end by about 3.5 or 4. Injunction was second, Bama Lama third, and then it was Seminole Beach and the favorite at even money off the board in 136 and 3. Placing judges posting number 7, Gentle Soul. As your race winner, second number 5, Injunction. Third number 1, Bama Lama. Finishing 4th was the 6th, Seminole Beach. 7, 5, 1, 6. Number 7, Gentle Soul, opened up as the second choice, but drifted back up to 6-1 odds. So 6-1 over 7-2, over 7-2, over 18-1 should be a nice superfecta payout, and also good tote dividends there as well. 7-5-1-6 unofficially.
32 pounds from beginning of November, just now. I literally started eating.
Entering the winner's circle, number 7, Gentle Soul. He's a 4-year-old big gelded son by Tapazar, out of the Mukhtari mare named A Jealous Woman. The winner's owned by Martin Mueller, Richard Reed, and Donald Ladd. The winning trainer, Brett Calhoun, and the winning jockey, Adam Beschitza. Number 7, Gentle Soul, stretches out on the dirt here. Impressive winner, 136-3. The final running time, the winner bred in Kentucky by Mueller, Reed, Ladd, Bully, and Randall. Clean beginning today. Dirt and route debut. Impressive here for number 7, Gentle Soul, off at 6-1. Winner to start the pick 4. In 7-5-1-6 official. Number 7, Gentle Soul, returning 1460, 720 to place, 380 to show. Exacta $48, trifecta $94.35. Daily double $25, dime super $90.13. Race number 3 up next. We'll start some stakes action. The 5th running of the Run Happy Ellis Park debutant, $125,000 stake event for the 2-year-old fillies to go 7 furlongs. Race number 3, the debutante, field of 7 with no program changes. Post time is in 24 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a late scratch here in the Run Happy Ellis Park debutante. Number 3, Joy Runner, has been scratched by the stewards on orders of the state veterinarian. Once again, number 3, Joy Runner, injured in the paddock, has been scratched by the Board of Stewards on recommendation from the track veterinarian. All straight wagers on number 3, Joy Runner, to be refunded. If you had Joy Runner in your middle or ending leg of your pick threes, we had consolation, also consoles in the double. Now the pick 4, however, you will receive the final race favorite. All other straight wagers refunded. Number 3, Joy Runner, a late scratch from the debutante. Two-year-old fillies in the paddock here for the third race from Ellis Park. They'll go 7 furlongs out of the chute on the main. This is the 5th edition of the Run Happy Ellis Park Debutante Stakes. $125,000 up for grabs again. Fortunately, we had the late scratch at number 3, Joy Runner. Field of 6 left in here, set to go. And number 5, Minnesota Sunset, currently 3-1 on the board. As you'll see on your screen there is my top pick, Minnesota Sunset. She's a daughter of Outwork out of a Macho Uno mare who debuted at Churchill Downs and was 6th, beaten 10 1/4 lengths. Been a fairly decent field that day. I think it was a little too short for her. She came back here at Ellis Park, impressive winner up and after the pace at the 7 furlongs distance, and just got up out nodding how about them apples, and did prevail and showed some fight and some grit, and really tenacious victory there for Minnesota Sunset. And she looks very good in the paddock. Sometimes these 2-year-old fillies can get worked up and get hot, but she looks cool and calm, and certainly looks the part, and I'm putting her on top here. She's 2.5 to 1. Now, number 4, Very Little Sense, breaking right to her inside. She's a daughter of Golden Scent, who also debuted in the same race as my top pick. In fact, she beat her by 3 1/4 lengths. She also did the same thing. Came here to Ellis in the subsequent start, and she won convincingly. That was at a 5 furlong distance over an off track, and she did take some action that day and won well. She's another who looks good in the paddock. You'll see her there with her mane braided heading into the stall. Again, daughter of Golden Sense, carrying the Ron Patterson silks, and this one has been training here locally at Ellis, and you have to consider her here in the debutante. Now, number 7, Chopin Drive to the outside. This one debuted at Indiana Downs in the slop, and like most Rigney racing horses, did take money on debut, but she backed it up with a good performance. She was second, beat a length and a half, where she rallied from off the pace, and she had some traffic trouble. If you go back and watch that race, she did have to shift ground, and was definitely the best horse in the race. I don't think 5 furlongs is her best lick. I think ultimately, being by a Super Saver out of a Distorted Humor mare, she's going to get this distance, and she'll like the increase of distance. Martine Garcia has the call, and 5 to 2. Currently on the board. 5, 4, 7 for me, and a very good and talented debutante coming at you in just about 10 minutes. Again, race number 3, the Ellis Park Debutante, sponsored by Run Happy. Win, play, show, exacta, try, super double. Starts at pick 3 with 10 minutes. Good luck. Horses on the track for the debutante. The Run Happy Ellis Park debutante, 5th edition here, $125,000 stake event. Scratch the 3. Here's the field. Number 1, Mohey Lady, owned by the Holy Cow Stable, trained by Wayne Lucas, Mitchell Merle. Number 2, Golden Sight, owned by September Farm, Union Park Thoroughbreds, Jonathan Wilmot, Rick Howard, Blackfern LLC, Rudy Brissett trains, Chris Landeros with the reins. Take out the 3. Number 4 is Randy Patterson's Very Little Sense. She's conditioned by Randy Morse, and she'll be ridden by Joe Talabo. Number 5, Minnesota's Sunset. She's owned and trained by Joe Sharp and Ricardo Santana Jr. up top. Number 6, Southern Sky, carry the silks of Joe Martin, trained by Madeline Royal, apprentice Andrea Rodriguez, with the stake mount. And completing the field for the debutante, number 7, Chopin Drive. Daughter of Super Saver is owned by Rigney Racing, trained by Phil Bauer. Martine Garcia has the call. That's the field of 6 to go. 7 furlongs on the main out of the chute here in the 5th edition of the Run Happy Ellis Park Debutante. A stake event for the 2-year-olds for $125,000. Win, play, show, exact a try. Dime Super starts at double and starts at pick 3. Post time for the debutante in 6 minutes. Juvenile fillies have turned, approaching the starting gate. 1 minute to wager on the third race here, the Run Happy Ellis Park Debutant. The filly 2-year-olds have turned, approaching the gate less than a minute as we kick off stakes action here at Ellis. They're on their way to the gate. 1 minute, race 3. And the 2-year-old fillies have reached the starting gate. It's post time as we kick off the stakes action here on Groupy All Day. Mohay Lady coming up for the Holy Cow stable. She's in 8-1 with Mitchell Merle for the Hall of Famer Dwayne Lucas. Golden Sights coming forward with Chris Landeros. Very Little Sense in the Patterson Silk. She's 9-5 coming up with Joe Talamo. Joe Sharp's Minnesota Sunset moving forward. The undefeated Southern Sky walks in. Just waiting on Chopin Drive. They're at the post, and they are off in the 5th edition of the Run Happy Ellis Park Debutante. It was a good beginning for Very Little Sits. Minnesota Sunset jumped well, and from the inside, Golden Sights is part of the upper vanguard as well. Chopin Drive composed from 4th, about 3.5 off the pace. In comes Mohay Lady, who's 5th, still 4 or 5 back to the undefeated late-running Southern Sky, who is 6th and trailing. Up the backside they go in the Debutante. 5 furlongs to go. And up top, after a quarter, 23 seconds flat, it is Very Little Sense who leads them up the backside. She's in front by a length. Minnesota Sunset will track her from the outside in second. Down on the inside is Golden Sight. Chopin Drive within striking distance from 4th. Now Mohay Lady looking to split those two into 5th. Still 7 or 8 back to Southern Sky, who still trails. 3 furlongs to go. The leader still Very Little Sense. She took him through a half, 46-1, 5/16 of a mile to go in the Debutante. And up top, it's Very Little Sense under confident handling. Here's Minnesota Sunset first to tackle to the outside. They've left the fence open for Golden Sights, who she comes on through. Top of the home stretch, but now Very Little Sense back trying to tighten the hole on Golden Sights. Down the center, Minnesota Sunset way out wide. Chopin Drive is in a nice melodic rhythm as there are many chances in the final furlong now. It is Very Little Sense. She's drifting and wondering about. Golden Sights is trying to get to her. Minnesota Sunset's way out wide, but Very Little Sense coast to coast. Very Little Sense in. The debutante goes wire to wire. She won by better than 2 and stopped the timer 1:23-1. Judges posting number 4, Very Little Sense as the race winner. Second, number 2, Golden Sights. Third, number 5, Minnesota Sunset. Fourth, number 7, Chopin Drive. 4-2-5-7.
test number 2. Need the rider.
Here, Carter. How's it going?
Objection into the running of the debutante. The jockey aboard number 2, Golden Sights, has lodged a claim of foul against unofficial winner number 4, Very Little Sense, alleging interference through the stretch. 2 against 4, objection in progress. Hold them all. Ladies and gentlemen, we have an additional claim of foul. Now, the trainer of number 7, Chopin Drive, who finished 4th, has lodged a claim of foul against unofficial 3rd place finisher number 5, Minnesota Sunset. Once again, originally 2 against 4, but now we also have an additional claim of foul, 7 against 5. Top 4 lit. Hold them all. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, just bringing you up to the situation here. There's a jockey objection, number 2, Golden Sights. Chris Landeros lodged a claim of foul against your unofficial winner, number 4, Very Little Sense, alleging interference in the stretch, and also a trainer's objection. Trainer Phil Bauer of number 7, Chopin Drive, has claim of foul against the unofficial third-place finisher, number 5, Minnesota Sunset. He, too, alleging interference in the stretch. 2 against 4, 7 against 5. Double objection in the debutant. Ladies and gentlemen, disallowed on both counts. No change to the order of finish. Both claims of foul have been disallowed. The results 4-2-5-7 will stand as is. Entering the winner's circle now. Here she is. Now, perfect 2 for 2 here at Ellis Park. Number 4, Very Little Sense. She's a 2-year-old made daughter by Golden Sense out of the Arch mare named Pinch Me. The winner is owned by Randy Patterson, trained by Randy Morse, ridden to victory by Joe Talamo. Number 4, Very Little Sense, impressive in the debutante. She won by better than 2 lengths here, bred in Kentucky by Kelly Holland, Tim Holland, and Ramon Rangel. Very Little Sense, your now official winner of the Run Happy Ellis Park debutante. 463, 62, 60 on the winner. Ladies and gentlemen, at this time, I'd like to direct your attention into the winner's circle, where the trophy presentation being made for the official winner of the Run Happy Ellis Park debutante, Very Little Sense. Making the presentation to her owners, Randy Patterson, Randy Morris, Joe Talamo, representing Ellis Park Marketing Department, Allie Nicholson, and Kara McCarty. Very Little Sense, perfect 2 for 2 here at Ellis. Homa winner 123 and 1. She returns 463, 62, 60. Exacta 1560. Try $24. The double with a late scratch of the 3 Joy Runner 680. The winning daily double $25.90. Consolation pick 3 $15.35. Correct pick 3 $39.60. Dime Super $17.54. Race number 4 is up next in 19 minutes. 6th running of the Run Happy Ellis Park Juvenile. 2-year-olds to go 7 furlongs. Field of 7 with no changes. Good luck.
Following Sea and Happy Soul faced winners for the first time to kick off Belmont Stakes Week. Following Sea was in cruise control throughout and galloped home 6.5 lengths in front, scoring an amazing 100 Beyer speed figure. Happy Soul, who recorded the highest Beyer speed figure for a 2-year-old filly when breaking her maiden in May, came back and strolled by 11.5 lengths in the Astoria. Seeing is believing. 2 Run Happies, 2 freakish romps at Belmont Park by a combined 18 lengths. Run Happy, standing in stall 1 at Claiborne Farm.
The horses are in the paddock here for the 4th race from Ellis Park. Race number 4, the 6th edition of the Run Happy Ellis Park Juvenile. $125,000 stake event for the 2-year-olds to go 7 furlongs, field of 7, no program changes. 6-5 right now on Costa Terra. It is one I will use, but I thought the horse was a little bit too short a price for me. The horse obviously has every right to win, but I went price shopping in here. I went with number 2, Roger McQueen. Now, Roger McQueen currently 6-1 on the board. This is a son of Unified out of a Wildcat mare. Racing for Carolyn Wilson and Larry Ravelli. Adam Beschizza has the call. As you see, Pam in there, putting some water to Roger McQueen. Now, he debuted at Churchill Downs, and he was 3rd, beaten 3.5 lengths in a maiden special weight, going 5 furlongs back in May to Lansdowne from the Stewart barn. And second in the race was Gunite. Gunite came back and won his next race at Churchill Downs, and yesterday he was 2nd in the Grade 2 Saratoga Special in behind Bill Mott's High Oak. Roger McQueen then came here to Ellis Park and ran away and hid from a field going 5 furlongs over a good surface. Won by 5 lengths that day and was well handled there by Brian that day. Now Adam Baskitza has the call this afternoon, as Brian has opted to stay with one of his main supporters, Kenny McPeak, in here. Number 2, Roger McQueen, off that debut effort in that most recent race here at Ellis Park, I had to use the horse. I thought the horse may be ignored at the windows, and is right now 6-1. That's why I'm using him on top. And at number 7, Candy Landing, this is one that debuted at Churchill Downs and was an impressive winner on debut. Won by 4.5 lengths, field of 9 that day, going 5.5 furlongs. Then went up to Saratoga, tried the Grade 3 Stakes event at Sanford back in opening week at Saratoga, and run 6, split the field, and the horse comes back to Ellis Park since then and has a work here over the track. And James Graham accepts the return call for Brendan Walsh. James thought enough of the horse to go to Saratoga with the horse, and I'm going to give the horse another chance and just draw a line through that race, and maybe didn't like the off-going, and we'll get a fast surface here today, 3-1. Now, for third, number 4, Costa Terra, this is a even money favorite right now. Son of Gunrunner. Gunrunner offspring has been running very well this summer, and this one debuted here at Ellis Park and rallied from off the pace and got up in a photo to win. The horse did show some tenacity that day, getting up in the photo. I'm going to use him 2-7-4. Here they come onto the racetrack for the juvenile. The horses are up on the track here for the 6th running of the Run Happy Ellis Park Juvenile. $125,000 stake event for the 2-year-olds to go 7 furlongs on the main field of 7. And Ellis Park Racing and Gaming proud to introduce the field here for the juvenile. Number 1, Desert Ruler, owned and trained by Daniel Pita. Christian Torres in from South Florida for the ride. Number 2, Roger McQueen, owned by Carolyn Wilson, trained by Larry Ravelli and Adam Baskitza. Will carry those black and white silks of Carolyn Wilson. Number 3, Lucky Boss. He's owned by Lucky 7 Stable. He's conditioned by Kenny McPeak, and Brian Hernandez Jr. will ride. Number 4, Costa Terra, the son of Gunrunner, owned and bred by the Winchell Thoroughbred. Steve Asmussen trains, and Ricardo Santana in town to ride. Number 5, Texas Red Hot, owned by DD Stables, trained by Randy Morris and Joe Talamo, up top as they look to sweep the 2-year-old divisions. Number 6, Mr. Halftime. This one is owned by Kay Reed and Kenneth Tyson. Eric Reed trains. Rafael Bejarano is in the saddle. Completing the field for the Run Happy Juvenile is number 7, Candy Landing, owned by the Mueller Thoroughbred Stable Limited. Trained by Brendan Walsh. James Graham is in the irons. That's a field of 7 here in the Run Happy Ellis Park Juvenile. They'll go 7 furlongs, win, place, show. Exact to try, super, daily double. Starts at pick 3, post time in about 7 minutes. Just 3 minutes for race number 4 from Ellis Park. The Run Happy Ellis Park Juvenile coming at you. 3 minutes. One minute now, race number 4, just 1 minute. And the horses have reached the starting gate. It's post time. Loading in for the 6th running of the Ellis Park Juvenile, sponsored by Run Happy. In goes Costa Terra for the Winchell Thoroughbreds. Even money on the board on the Son of Gunrunner. Lucky Boss for Lucky 7 stable coming up. Mr. Halftime in the red and blue will load up next. Now just one left. Candy Landing. Up to the outside. He'll complete the field of 7. He walks in. They're at the post. Mr. Halftime has reared in the starting gate. The jockey did get launched out the back, and Bejarano on his feet, walking gingerly in behind the gate. Now Mr. Halftime, he'll be backed out of the starting gate and assessed by the state veterinarian. All others standing well, windows still open. Bejarano appears to have shaken it off. The other 6 standing well as Mr. Halftime deemed okay. Bejarano back up top, and he'll load in once again. They're all set. They are off in the 6th running of the Run Happy Ellis Park Juvenile. And it was a quick beginning for Mr. Halftime. Also up the inside, Roger McQueen flashing speed. Lucky Boss had forwardly placed as well. Candy Landing came away racing into 4th position. The Gray Desert Ruler 5th. And down towards the inside, Costa Terra, the favorite, is second last. Mr. and Texas Red Hot at the back of the pack as they loop up at the main track. 5 furlongs to go. About a half a dozen lengths from top to bottom. And the pace is on. Desert Ruler comes on through to the inside of Roger McQueen. And the pair has opened up 2.5 lengths as Lucky Boss will track that duel from 3rd. Costa Terra has worked his way into 4th. He's up to the inside now within 3 lengths off those leaders. A couple lengths further back to Mr. Halftime and Texas Red Hot up the inside. There goes Mr. Halftime with a 4-wide brush now midpoint through the turn. The half mile was 46 and 4. Desert Ruler has a foothold at the fence. Roger McQueen to his outside in 2nd. There goes Lucky Boss with a 3-wide bid to make it 3 across the course. In behind them, Costa Terra. He's guided to the 3-path, top of the home stretch, and Lucky Boss comes calling for the lead. Here's Lucky Boss to the outside of Roger McQueen, who's still digging down and fighting with a furlong to go. It's Roger McQueen to the inside, Lucky Boss to the outside. Costa Terra is 3rd. A wide open event here in the Juvenile. To the outside, Costa Terra in the middle. Roger McQueen, it wins it. Roger McQueen, the son of Unified, wins the Run Happy Ellis Park Juvenile in a photo finish. Costa Terra flew up to be in that photo for 2nd there with Lucky Boss. The running time in the Juvenile, 1:23 and 3. Roger McQueen stays undefeated at the patch and now has a November date in coastal San Diego. Exciting stretch duel here in the Run Happy Ellis Park Juvenile. At the 16th pole, one of 3 horses could win, and Roger McQueen digs down deep. He would never give up. He has been posted as your unofficial winner. The trio of placing judges have called for a photograph to determine the 2nd placing here in the Juvenile, but the winner, number 2, Roger McQueen, at 9-2, your unofficial winner, and there's a photo for 2nd. Result of the photograph, show number 3, Lucky Boss, fought on to be 2nd. 3rd, number 4, Costa Terra. And 4th goes 5, Texas Red Hot. 2, 3, 4, 5. Entering the winner's circle, number 2, Roger McQueen, a 2-year-old dark bay or brown colt by Unified, out of the Wildcat mare named Promise Me a Cat. The winner's owned by Carolyn Wilson, trained by Larry Ravelli out of Beskiza. The winning jockey, number 2, Roger McQueen, joined in the winner's circle by Pam Little. Number 2, Roger McQueen, bred in Kentucky by Gatewood Bell. For Roger McQueen, this is his second straight victory as he remains undefeated here at Ellis Park. Perfect 2 for 2. And he covered the 7 furlongs, 123.67 seconds. That's 2 wins on the card for jockey Adam Beskiza.
Okay, he's got to go to the test barn.
Ladies and gentlemen, now directing your attention into the winner's circle, where the trophy presentation being made to the winning connections of Roger McQueen, owners Carolyn Wilson, Larry Ravelli, Adam Beskiza, also accepting the trophy presentation there, assistant trainer Pam Little. 1160, 643.20 on the winner. Dime Super $39 and change, exacta 52.20. 50-cent try, $64.55. The double, $21.40. The pick 3, $25.15. That's a consolation with the scratch of the 3 Joy Runner. And then there was another pick 3 payout. I'll give you shortly. Stand by. Again, the correct winning pick 3 was 742. That's $97.30. Race 5 is up next. Race number 5, the Run Happy Ottoman Oaks, second edition here, $100,000 for the sophomore fillies to go 7 furlongs. A field of 7 in here. Race number 5, win, play, show, exacta try, super daily double, pick 3, and it starts the 50-cent pick 5 on the final 5 races on this Run Happy card. Horses in the paddock for the Run Happy Ottoman Oaks, a field of 7 filly 3-year-olds to race 7 furlongs on the main. The purse, $100,000, field of 7 to go postward here with no program changes. Again, $100,000 up for grabs. Sophomore fillies here with another stake on this 5 stakes race, 9 race card. Currently 8-5 right now. Caribbean Caper, and that is my top pick in here. She's the daughter of Speightstown, who is undefeated. A perfect 3-4-3 in her career that started in NOLA on February 13th earlier this year, where she ran out the screen and was a pulled-up trotting home winner by 8 lengths. Followed that up with a score at Keeneland on open today in a first-level allowance race where she sat just off the pace and was given the cue in the stretch, and she won by 4.5 with ease that day as well. Then came here to Ellis at a 6.5 furlong distance and a 2 other than, where she faced older horses. Older horses for the first time. Again, Colby was up top once again. She sat off the pace and was asked to quicken at the top of the lane, and she won with ease. Had a little bit of bumping around at the beginning of the race, but she did it professionally. She looks good in the paddock today. 8-5, I think, is a really good price on Caribbean Caper, who I feel she's probably one of the most talented 3-year-old fillies in the country sprinting, and Caribbean Caper right now, my top pick, 8-5. Second, number 4, Magic Quest. This is the daughter of Nyquist, who is a very talented filly as well. She's raced here once at Ellis Park in a 7 furlong race, and she was a well-handled winner, and she won with ease. You'll see the comment there, widened handily, means she just widened with ease without asking from the rider. And she's raced 4 times, has 2 wins and 1 second-place finish in her career on a 2-race win streak, and both of those wins are convincing wins. And in fact, her buyers are the highest of any in the field, and she's currently 9-2 right now on the board. Third choice. Number 6, Malloy. This is a daughter of Outwork with Joe Talamo up top for the Coffee Pot Stables. Wayne Catalano, the conditioner, and this one currently 6-1 on the board. And she debuted at Churchill Downs last fall and was 5th, beaten 3/4 of a length, but came back and a stretch out to 7 furlongs and won well with Julian up top that day. And then she faced some first-level allowance race horses for the next couple of times before she did win that first-level allowance race at Churchill back in June. Won by 3.5 lengths, and in fact beat the current 3rd choice in the wagering right now, Minute Waltz, that day. And then she tried the Indiana Oaks. She stretched out to a mile 16th up there in Shelbyville and was beaten 19.5 lengths. And the winner that day was much best winner. Lost all chance at the start for Mike McCarthy and somehow got up to beat Brendan Walsh's Moonswag right on the wire. But I'm going to throw that race out. The horse turns back to 7 furlongs. She does have a couple of wins in her lifetime. She's made $127,000. That's the most of anybody in the field. And I'm going to use her for a price play in behind the very 2 short price top 2 I used. 5, 4, and 6 here for me in the Ottoman Oaks. Again, a field of 7 to go in here. Taking some money now on the board to the outside. Altered Shot. That one was 12-1, 4-1 right now with Flow. And pretty wide open race here after the top 2 for me. But there is some value offered in the wagering board right now with 9 minutes to post. Don't forget, race number 5 starts at 50 cents. Pick 5 and the final 5 races on the card, as the jocks have been called out of the jocks room. Here they come to get their instructions, and they should be on the track in just a moment. Horse is on the track for the 5th race, the second running of the Run Happy Ottoman Oaks. $100,000 for the filly 3-year-olds to go 7 furlongs. Number 1 was Rookery, owned by the Coffee Pot Stables, trained by Wayne Catalano with Chris Landeros. The 2, Minute Waltz, owned by Rigney Racing, Phil Bauer, the trainer, Martin Garcia, the jockey. Number 3, Forever Boss, owned by Baker, Burnson, and Magdalena Racing, trained by Kenny McPeak, Robbie Alvarado, up top. Number 4 is Magic Quest, carrying the silks of G. Watts Humphrey Jr., Rusty Arnold, the conditioner, and Brian Hernandez Jr. will call the shots. Number 5, Caribbean Caper, owned by the Columbine Stable, trained by Al Stahl with Kobe Hernandez. The 6 is Malloy, another one owned by the Coffee Pot Stables and trained by Wayne Catalano. This one ridden by Joe Talamo. And completing the field for the Ottoman Oaks, number 7, Altered Shot, owned by Vanovich, Craig, and Special Racing. Greg Foley, the trainer, and Florent Giroux, the jockey. That's the field of 7 3-year-old fillies to go 7 furlongs in the Run Happy Ottoman Oaks Win Play Show Exacta Try Super Double Pick 3, and the Pick 5 starts here in 6 minutes. The horses have turned, approaching the gate less than a minute. And the sophomore fillies has reached the starting gate. It's pick 5. It's Ottoman Oaks time from Hendo. Race number 5 loading in here in Rookery, the daughter of Hard Spun. She'll come up first. Rigney Racing's Minute Waltz will stride in next. Caribbean Caper up and in. She's even money. Magic Quest now 3-1. Here comes Malloy. Altered shot to the outside. She's in. They're at the post. And they are racing in the run-happy Ottoman Oaks. Magic Quest was quick into stride from the middle. Minute Waltz flashing speed to the inside, up to the outside, Altered shot, and now Caribbean Caper right in the thick of things too as they lead the shoot and straighten up the main course. Magic Quest, she has the lead. She's the target. She's in front by a length. Then comes the trio of Minute Waltz and Caribbean Caper and Altered Shot. They're second, third, and fourth right across the course. And a couple links back to Rookery, who races to the inside. Malloy's to the outside and Forever Boss right in between them as they continue to run up the backside. Approach the half-mile stage. Magic Quest through a quarter 23-2 leads Caribbean Caper, who's poised to pounce there from second. Couple links further back. Minute Waltz down to the inside of Altered Shot. Forever Boss starts to warm up from fifth. 2 links for the back. Malloy Rookery is out at the back of the pack. 5/16 to go. Half mile 46-1. And it's Magic Quest, the daughter of Nyquist, still shows the way. But Caribbean Caper is breathing on her to the outside. These two in lockstep as they reach the top of the home stretch. Magic Quest will cut to corner. But Caribbean Caper trying to run by her to the outside. Minute Waltz is running a good one up the fifth from third from the backfield. Mally is fourth. 1/16 to go. Caribbean Caper trying to get by a tough Magic Quest, but in the final stages, Caribbean Caper remains undefeated. A flashy performance wrapped up in the end to take the run-happy Ottoman Oaks. Caribbean Caper 4 for 4 in 122 flat. Caribbean Caper for the Columbine Stables with a strong stretch kick here. She's now 2 for 2 here at the P-Patch, 4 for 4 in her career. She has been posted as your unofficial winner at even money. Covered these 7 furlongs in the Ottoman Oaks, 122.09 seconds. Second, number 4, Magic Quest. Third, number 2, Minute Waltz. And fourth, number 6, Malloy. 5, 4, 2, 6. Once again, unofficially, the Ottoman Oaks. The winner, number 5, Caribbean Capers. Second, number 4, Magic Quest. Third, number 2, Minute Waltz. And fourth, number 6, Malloy. 5, 4, 2, and 6.
Perfect spot.
Every time we're saying we used to hang my head, I was like, stop it! Fucking ass.
I got your wife's phone number.
Told him before, I was like, what would your wife think that? He was so proud. I was like, what is wrong with you? Where do the jockeys walk down through?
Through here.
Through there? Okay, I gotta catch this other one real quick. Through there?
Wait by the gate, just catch the fish, sweetie.
Right by the way?
Wait by the gate, right there, just catch the fish.
Entering the winner's circle, the uber-talented number 5, Caribbean Caper. Now undefeated, she's done nothing wrong. Perfect 4 for 4 in her career. Here she is, the 3-year-old Dark Bay daughter by Spitestown, out of the Dixie Union mare named Checkup from Zenekup. The winner's owned by the Columbine Stable, trained by Al Stall Jr., ridden to victory by Colby Hernandez. Tommy Drury Jr. with a guest appearance in the winner's circle. At number 5, Caribbean Caper, bred in Kentucky by Windstar Farm, LLC. Caribbean Caper, Columbine Stables, Al Stall Jr. and Colby Hernandez team up to take the Run Happy Ottoman Oaks, covering the 7 furlongs, 1:22.09 seconds. She has been declared your official winner. At this time, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to direct your attention into the winner's circle, where Ellis Park Mutual Manager, Miss Sherry Romero, is making the trophy presentation to the connections of Caribbean Caper, Columbine Stables, Al Stall, Colby Hernandez for Caribbean Caper's victory here in the Ottoman Oaks. And Caribbean Caper, again, covered these 7 furlongs in the Ottoman Oaks, 122 flat. And as your favorite, she returns $4, $322.40. The Dime Super, $12.73. Exacta 510, Trifecta $12.60, the double $19.50, pick 3 $21.95. The pick 4 given out in-house here, $144.30. Up next, race number 6, 19 minutes. It starts your late 50-cent pick 4. Take out all the also eligibles, 11, 12, 13, 14, and 15. We'll start the pick 4 with a mile turf event here in 19 minutes.
Following C and Happy Soul faced winners for the first time to kick off Belmont Stakes Week. Following C was in cruise control throughout and galloped home 6.5 lengths in front, scoring an amazing 100 Beyer speed figure. Happy Soul, who recorded the highest Beyer speed figure for a 2-year-old filly when breaking her maiden in May, came back and strolled by 11.5 lengths in the Astoria. Seeing is believing. 2 Run Happies, 2 freakish romps at Belmont Park by a combined 18 lengths. Run Happy standing in stall 1 at Claiborne Farm.
horses up in the paddock here for the sixth race, race 6, a good quality first level allowance race for 3-year-olds and up to go a mile on the turf on your screen there. Number 7, Pine Knoll. This is the son of City Zip coming from the powerful barn of Brad Cox. This one currently right now 8-5 on the board. Has raced 8 times, been 3 times in the money. One of those wins here at Ellis Park last start, where this one sat just off the pace. In fact, broke sharp and then was taken in hand by Flo and let that other one go and come back and collared him through the stretch and won convincingly there by a length and a half. The running time was 1:40.20 seconds for the mile and 16th that day. I think this one should be close to the pace as well. Looking at the race, there's a little bit of speed, not an abundance of the speed. You do have a couple of horses coming off some layoffs and some taking a significant class drop out of graded stakes, but I'm going to take for a horse that's racing well, seems to be in good form right now, and is done well over this local surface. And right now the people agree with me. 8-5, number 7, Pine Knoll. Second, number 5, Blame the Booze. This one is being ignored from the Wesley Ward barn, 6-1. This is a son of Blame who hasn't raced since the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf, where he was a disappointing last place finisher. The race that Golden Pal won, obviously, that day. This is a son of Blame racing for owner Mark Breen, and Wesley sends this one off the shelf to the mile turf race here in a non-2 allowance. Wesley, I'm sure, has this horse ready to go and probably has future plans for this horse, and thought maybe get a little softer spot on the return to the races. This one 6-1 here for Blame the Booze. Now, for third, number 8, Runaway Magic. This is another one exiting graded stakes competition, and another one that didn't fare so well in the most recent start. But prior to the disappointing finish in the Sam Davis, Runaway Magic was third, beaten only 9 1/4 lengths in the Limehouse at Gulfstream. Drain the Clock was the winner that day. Now, this one has only raced 5 times, has been 3 for 5 in the money, made $64,000. Tommy Drury Jr. in town today here in the paddock, as you see Jerry Dixon wearing that 8 cloth, leading this one around the paddock. This is a son of Run Happy out of an AP Indy mare, and this one I think will need some pace in front of him. I do think he'll be a little more closer to the pace here on turf debut, but Runaway Magic right now also being ignored, 7-1 on the board. I'm going to put the current favorite 8-5, number 7 on top of 2 price plays right now, 7, 5, 8, in a race that I think is a very wide open turf event to start your 50-cent pick 4. If you guys played along, we knocked out the early pick 4. Our $30 play came back $144 in that early pick 4. We'll try to get out of here with the race 6 pick 4 here in the final 4 races on the card. Now this pick 4 that starts here is on races 6, 7, 8, and 9. Now 2 of those races will be stake events. The second leg of the pick 4 is the Ellis Park Derby. The Groupy Doll is leg number 3, and we'll close it out with a race sponsored by Run Happy, made in 2-year-olds to go a mile on the turf in that 50-cent pick 4 wager. We'll get that pick 4 ticket to you once we do the post parade for this race, as they're on the way to the track. Good luck. Up on the track for race number 6, starting leg of the pick 4 allowance event for 3-year-olds and up, which have never won 2 to go a mile on the turf. In this race, simply scratch all the also eligibles, 11, 12, 13, 14, and 15. In addition to the pick 4, race has win, play, show wagering, exact to try, dime super, daily double, 50-cent pick 3 wagering as well. Post time in just a few minutes. You'll see on your screen there the ticket we threw together for you for this final pick 4 on this Groupy Day card, another $30 play. Here in the 6th race, we'll spread out 5 horses deep. Use number 4, Sir Roberto, for the Brian Lynch barn. This one's made $54,000 on the turf. Use number 5, Blame the Booze, number 6, King's Mischief from the Wilkes barn, and number 7, Pine Knoll, and the 8, Runaway Magic. We talked about those in the paddock. Use those 5 here in race number 6. Race 7 is the Ellis Park Derby. We'll use Colonel Bowman, Superstock, Sermon on the Mount, and Star in My Dreams. And in race number 8, which is the Groupie Doll, we're going to just use 3 horses. This is a race, if your budget allows you, I'd probably spread a little bit. Number 1, Dream a Little Dream of You. We'll use number 9, High Regard, and then off the also number 13, Matera. And then race number 9, we're going to single a price horse. Number 8, Formal Act, 12-1 on the morning line from the barn of Al Stall. This is a son of Declaration of War. It's a $30 play in your pick 4. Good luck. Late scratch here in the 6th race. In this 6th race, we do have a late scratch. Number 9, Sol Del Sur. Sol Del Sur has been scratched by the stewards on recommendation of the state vet. Once again, number 9, Sol Del Sur, scratch from the upcoming 6th race. All straight wagers refunded. Consolations in the doubles, pick 3s. Pick 4s and 5s, you'll get the final race favorite. Number 9, Sol Del Sur, scratch from the 6th. Now the horses crossing over for the 6th race onto the firm turf here. They'll go a mile, field of 9 now after the scratch of Sol Del Sur. Parkland for the Vacareza family, 13-1. Up and in. Violent Pass, Blame the Booze are the next 2. 7-5 now on Pine Knoll. Blame the Booze, son of Blame for owner breeder Mark Breen coming up. Goes right in. King's Mischief, a son to Into Mischief for Motomedi and Wilkes. Green Silks moving in, 7-2. Up comes Silverton Hills, Hell or High Water. Hell or High Water partners with the Iceman Miller. Now Sir Roberto moving in. Runaway Magic will come up next for Lunsford, Hillendale, Equine Holdings. Colby looking for 2 on the card. Runaway Magic is in. Nomadic Fighter to the outside will complete the field of 9. He's in. They're at the post. And they are racing. Sir Roberto was put in tight shortly after the start, and he is last. It's Parkland who is first, reaching on out for the lead. Violent passes, trying to go with him, and punches on through between horses there from second. He's covered up by Pine Knoll, the favorite, outside in the clear from third. In the middle, King's Mistress is fourth. Blame the Booze down on the inside from fifth. Nomadic Fighter is in the two-path from sixth, and linked in front of Runaway Magic, who settles along just about 9 lengths off the lead. Then comes Sir Roberto, who's away in the 8th position, and Hell or High Water is 9th or trailing. Up the backside they go, just outside 5 furlongs to go. 12 lengths from top to bottom. The quarter is 24 and 2. It's Parkland who's dictating the terms by a length. Violent pass well out in the center of the track from second. To the inside, Blame the Booze, hard held from third, covered up by Pine Knoll in fourth. Then 2 lengths further back, Nomadic Fighter races to the outside of King's Mischief. They are 5th and 6th, and 2 clear of Sir Roberto, who's on the move. And then comes down on the inside, King's Mischief and Runaway Magic advancing. Hell or High Water still has to pass them all. Midpoint through the turn, half mile, 48 seconds flat. It's Parkland the leader, but here comes Pine Knoll. Pine Knoll with a sweeping move up to the outside, moves a closer second as the whip comes out on Violent Pass as they race around the turn, top of the home stretch. And Pine Knoll at 8-5 comes calling for the lead. Parkland a tough customer to the inside. Parkland still responding under left-handed urging in the final furlong. Pine Knoll full press to get past, late on the scene. Blame the Blues with 1:16 to go. Parkland is upset-minded, and Parkland is going to do it coast to coast for the Vaccarezza family. Pine Knoll was second, Blame the Booze third, Runaway Magic was fourth. The running time 1:34 and 4. Parkland does it in front-running fashion, undefeated here at the P-Patch. Perfect 2 for 2 at Ellis Park, and goes gate to wire at 8-1, posted as your unofficial winner. Second, number 7, Pine Knoll. Third, number 5, Blame the Booze. Finishing fourth was the 8, Runaway Magic. 1-7-5 and 8.
I gotta get all the money. I'm greedy. I'm fucking greedy. Fuck, I'm greedy, dude.
What's up, Steve? Tony, you good?
Yep, yep.
You still guard, being a guard?
In the winner's circle, number 1, Parkland, a 5-year-old dark bay brown gelded son by Midnight Lute out of the Wavering Monarch mare named Hey Jude. The winner's owned by Priscilla Vacareza, trained by Carlo Vacareza, ridden to victory by Martin Garcia. Number 1, Parkland, now 2 for 2 here at Ellis Park. Goes gate to wire, covers a mile on turf 134.98 seconds, 1:75 and 8. Official winner, $1,867.460, exacta $27.10, trifecta $101.50. Winning pick 3, $77.25, a 10-cent superfecta, $146.39. There was a late scratch at number 9, Sol Del Sur. All straight wagers on the 9 refunded. Also consolation double with $2 return. In the pick 3 was $7.20 with the 9 ending there. Race number 7 back at the stakes events. The 4th running of the Run Happy Ellis Park Derby, $200,000 to go a mile and 1/8, coming at you in 23 minutes.
so they can tell.
Horses in the paddock saddled here for the 7th race, the 4th edition of the Run Happy Ellis Park Derby. $200,000 up for grabs. 3-year-olds to go a mile and 1/8. Field of 6 set to play here. Right now, number 2 Super Stock is 7-5. That's the Arkansas Derby winner. And that is my top pick as well. Now, this one has earned over $835,000. A Grade 1 winner for Irv Woolsey and Keith Asmussen, Steve Trains, and Santana in the ride, number 2 Super Stock. This is a 2-time winner from 11 starts. He's 6 for 11 in the money. Been facing stiff stakes competition since actually breaking his maiden with Steve's son in the saddle at Lone Star in a state-bred restricted race. Then came back and was 3rd in the Iroquois, 3rd in the British Futurity, a Grade 1, 2nd in the Street Sense, and like I said, he won the Arkansas Derby, earned his way to the Kentucky Derby, didn't fare so well, but has followed that up with 2 4th-place finishes in some restricted 3-year-old stakes events at Lone Star and Prairie Meadows. Finds a spot here with just six horses in it, 5 foes, and deservedly so, 7-5 right now on the board. He's my top pick, and I think he's versatile. If there's no pace, he can go the front and go wire to wire. He's proven that. Or if he needs to sit off of it, looks like he will relax and rate. So a lot of upside for number 2 Super Stock, the 7-5 favorite. Breaking towards his inside is Godolphin's Colonel Bowman. This is the son of Curlin, who recently won a non-to allowance race here at Ellis Park when stretching out to the mile distance. I think the further this one goes may be the better. And Brian Hernandez Jr. keeps the call here for Godolphin and Brad Cox. Now for third, number 5, Sermon on the Mount. This one was claimed at Fairgrounds by Tom Amos for $50,000, and took a little while to get this horse on track, but once he dropped the horse in for the tag, the light bulb came on. The horse kind of figured out what he was doing. Prairie Meadows, he ran in the Prairie Mile and was 3rd, beaten 3 lengths, and then followed that up with a runner-up performance in the Grade 3 Indiana Derby, where he raced up to the inside, and probably not the place you wanted to be that day, but he did run 2nd against Mr. Wireless. Of course, Mr. Wireless came back and won the West Virginia Derby, so that was a legitimate race there in Indiana. I look for Sermon on the Mount to stalk the pace and probably come running to the outside this time. Seems like he likes to run outside of horses a little better than the inside. He is 5-1 on the board right now, my 3rd choice. Wide open race here, though. Field of 6 for the Run Happy Ellis Park Derby. It starts the final pick 3 of the afternoon, and 7 minutes to post. Still a few minutes to post here for race number 7. The horses are in the paddock, folks. We're just waiting on the tractors to finish up with the track maintenance in between races here. The tractor just about at the 5 furlong pole heading up the backside. Once the tractor gets off the racetrack, we'll have the horses come out for the post parade, then ultimately the Ellis Park Derby. But still a couple of minutes for the tractor is done with the track maintenance here for race number 7. Again, currently just about at the 4.5 furlong pole, and they'll exit just around the 5/16 pole.
Behind right now with how 20 minutes behind right now. This one is supposed to go off 3:40. 3:59 right now. I told you 3.6.
Did she wait? 3. Huh? Wait.
Brett Burkhead, ladies and gentlemen, plays them on out for the Derby, the Ellis Park Derby, sponsored by Run Happy. And here is the field of 6 for the Ellis Park Derby. Number 1, Colonel Bowman, owned by Godolphin, trained by Brad Cox with Brian Hernandez Jr. Number 2 is Super Stock, owned by Irv Woolsey and Keith Asmussen. Steve Asmussen trains, and Ricardo Santana Jr. in town for the ride. Number 3 is Ronald DeWolf's Hanks, conditioned by Wes Hawley, Miguel Mena, up top. Number 4 is Cannon Thoroughbreds There Goes Harvard, conditioned by Mike McCarthy, Joe Talabo with the reins. Number 5 is Sermon on the Mount, owned by Emil Cerullo, trained by Tom Amos, James Graham in the saddle. Completing the field for the Run Happy Ellis Park Derby, number 6, Starrin' in My Dreams, owned by the Stewart Racing Stables of Dallas Stewart in partnership with the Windstar Farm of Kenny Trout. Dallas Stewart trains and Corey Lannery rides Starrin' in My Dreams. That's the field of 6 for the 4th edition of the Run Happy Ellis Park Derby. They'll go a mile and 8. Is a 3-year-old stake event for $200,000 win, play, show, exact to try, super, daily double. Start your final pick 3 on this Groupy Day card. And the post time for the Ellis Park Derby is in just a few minutes. And the horses have reached the starting gate. It's post time for the Ellis Park Derby. Field of 6 to go a mile and 1/8 here. Sermon on the mount, 9-2. There goes Harvard coming forward, 8-1. Superstock at 4-5. Here comes Sermon on the mount. Starring in My Dreams will load up to the outside. Field of 6 3-year-olds at the post. And they are off to a level beginning in the 4th edition of the Run Happy Ellis Park Derby. From the inside, Colonel Bowman with a couple whip tap urges. Asks for some early speed here. He comes to challenge Superstock early. These two go on with it about a length and a half in front of Hanks, who will track that duo from 3rd. There goes Harvard down to the inside from 4th. A length for the back. Racing along in the 5th position is Starring in My Dreams, and then 4, 5, or 6 even back to Sermon on the Mount, who have to do it from the back of the pack. They round the opening turn, 6.5 furlongs to go. And up top, it's Colonel Bowman. Colonel Bowman and Brian Hernandez Jr. leads them up the backside in the Ellis Park Derby, and the lead is just about 3 parts of the length. Superstock at even money tracks to the outside in 2nd. Length for the back. Hanks is 3rd. There goes Harvard down inside from 4th. A length in front of Starting in My Dreams, tracking within striking distance from 5th. Still 5 back to Sermon on the Mount. Out at the back of the pack. Up the backside they go. Just about a half mile to run in the Run Happy Ellis Park Derby. It's Colonel Bowman for Godolphin still dictating the terms, 3 parts of a length. Here comes the Arkansas Derby runner, Superstock, who draws an ever closer 2nd. A link for the back coming under a ride. Here's Hanks down along the inside. There goes Harvard, still link for the back to Starting in My Dreams. Now, Sermon on the Mount is given the cue from James Graham to go with 5/16 of a mile to go. They start to cluster up here, but Superstock comes calling for the lead. Colonel Bowman still tracking from 2nd. Up the inside comes Sermon on the Mount. Top of the home stretch, it's Superstock up to challenge Colonel Bowman. 3 wide bid from There Goes Harvard now. Sermon on the Mount shifts to the outside from 4th. 1 furlong to go, and Superstock still finding. Here's There Goes Harvard up into 2nd. Late on the scene, Sermon on the Mount with a 16th left to go. Superstock, he won the Arkansas Derby, and he's going to romp in the Ellis Park Derby. He won easily by about 4 in the end. There goes Harvard with a game effort for 2nd. Sermon on the Mount rallied from last to be 3rd. Pace-setting Colonel Bowman checked in 4th. Superstock, now a 3-time winner. Home a winner in the Run Happy Ellis Park Derby. Running time for the mile and 1/8, 1:48 and 4. 1:48 and 4 the time. The judges posting the top 4 finishers. Number 2, Superstock, posted as your unofficial winner. 2nd, number 4, There Goes Harvard. 3rd, number 5, Sermon on the Mount. 4th, number 1, Colonel Bowman. 2, 4, 5, and 1. Fractions for the Run Happy Ellis Park Derby. They got to quarter 23.78 seconds. The half was in 47 and change. The 3/4 time, 1:11.99. They went the mile, 1:36.38 seconds. And home, covering the mile and 1/8 in 1:48.89 seconds. So 23 and 3, 47 and 4. The 1:11 and 4. The mile 1:36 and 1. They came home in 1:48 and 4. The final running time. In the winner's circle, number 2, Super Stock, a 3-year-old bay colt by Dialed In, out of the closing argument mare named Super Girly. The winner is owned by Irv Woolsey in partnership with Keith Asmussen, the winning trainer Steve Asmussen, and the winning jockey Ricardo Santana Jr. Number 2, a Super Stock, now a 3-time winner. Covered the mile in 1/8 in the Ellis Park Derby in a winning time of 1:48.89 seconds. Number 2, Super Stock, bred in Kentucky by Pedro Gonzalez and P.J. Gonzalez. Race official, $4, $280, $240 on the winner. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to direct your attention into the winner's circle, where a trophy presentation being made to the winning connections of the Run Happy Ellis Park Derby winner, number 2, Super Stock, owner Irv Woolsey, Keith Asmussen, trainer Steve Asmussen, and jockey Ricardo Santana, making the trophy presentation. Kentucky Senate Majority Floor Leader, Mr. Damon Thayer. Damon Thayer, a friend of Kentucky racing, up in the winner's circle, making the presentation here to the winning connections of Super Stock, the Ellis Park Derby winner. Damon Thayer in the winner's circle now. Race number 7, the Run Happy Ellis Park Derby, has been declared official. The winner, $4, $280, $240. Dime Super came back $15.11. The winning exacta in the Ellis Park Derby was 2 and 4. That 2-4 exacta, it returns $18. Trifecta $30.55. The double $35.60. Consolation pick 3 $2.55. Winning pick 3 $38.20. Up next, the flagship race of the Ellis Park meeting every year. You've known it as the Gardenia in the past. The last several years, it's been called the Groupy Doll. This is the 40th running of our signature race, the Groupy Doll. This is a listed stake event, $125,000 for the fillies and mares to go a mile on the main. $125,000 up for grabs here in the Groupy Doll. In the Groupy Doll, you're reminded number 11, Lady Rocket, has been scratched, and be aware the 13, Matera, has drawn in and is set to go. Exacta Tri Super Double coming at you next in the 40th edition of the Groupy Doll.
Following Sea and Happy Soul faced winners for the first time to kick off Belmont Stakes Week. Following Sea was in cruise control throughout and galloped home 6.5 lengths in front, scoring an amazing 100 Beyer speed figure. Happy Soul, who recorded the highest Beyer speed figure for a 2-year-old filly when breaking her maiden in May, came back and strolled by 11.5 lengths in the Astoria. Seeing is believing. 2 Run Happies, 2 freakish romps at Belmont Park by a combined 18 lengths. Run Happy standing in stall 1 at Claiborne Farm.
Horses in the paddock here for the 40th running of the Groupy Doll Stakes. $125,000 stake event to go a mile here. You're reminded of the scratch in number 11, Lady Rocket, and the also eligible draws in to run. Number 1, Dream, A Little Dream of You, was the 3-1 morning line favorite. Currently, right now, 7-2. She's my top pick, and this one is a 4-time winner. In fact, she's 9 for 10 in the money, made $228,000. Stakes winner. She's versatile. She can go to the front. She can stalk if need be. Martine Garcia riding very well. Brad Cox, I believe, is our leading trainer. Full of Run Racing is the owner, and I'm going to give her a slight edge breaking from the inside stall here in a wide-open Groupy Doll. Number 9, currently 16-1, is High Regard. I'm going to use this one just for the simple fact of the connections. I think she'll get a possible great setup. She has been raced in the graded stakes in the stakes company in all of her last 4 starts. Made $357,000 in her career, and the connections are hot. When somebody gets hot, I want to get on board. And G. Watts Humphrey Jr. and Vicky Oliver, they've been the last week and a half, 2 weeks of racing here at Ellis Park. They have been on a tear. And Vicky won a couple of stakes here last weekend, and I'm going to get on that bus at 16-1 with Rafael Bejarano here in race number 8. Then to the outside off the also, Brad Cox and Don Alberto's stables. Daughter Tappet draws in here. She won the Mary George at Indiana Grand off a brief freshening. Now this is a 4-year-old daughter of Tappet who's only raced 6 times, but she's a 3-time winner, 4 for 6 in the money. She hasn't lost this year. And number 13, Matera. From that high draw into the run of the first turn here, going the mile, it doesn't really hurt you that much because the mile has a unique configuration here at Ellis Park. It's basically, 1 and maybe a half turn mile, quarter turn if you will, but Matera, I think she'll be forwardly placed, and she doesn't have to be on the lead, but I think she'll jump well, and Flo certainly knows his way around the race course here. 10-1 on Don Alberto and Brad Cox, almost unheard of, and I'm going to get on board there as well. 1-9-13, wide open event, though, here in the Groupy Doll. Good luck. Field on the track for the 40th running of the Groupy Doll. $125,000 listed stake event to go a mile here. And let's meet the field for the participants in the Groupy Doll. Number 1 is Full of Run Racing's Dream, A Little Dream of You, trained by Brad Cox with Martine Garcia. Number 2 is Amico, owned by the Grand Farm family. Steve Esmussen trains, and Joe Talamo up top. 3 is Sally's Curlin, owned by CJ Thoroughbreds. Left Turn Racing, and Kasner Racing. Dale Roman's the conditioner, and Corey Lannery is the jockey. Number 4 is Istan Council, owned by Brereton Jones, trained by Larry Jones with Sophie Doyle in for the ride. Number 5, Grand Baby. She's owned by the Porta Pia Stables, trained by Kenny McPeak with Brian Hernandez Jr. The 6, Jungle Juice, owned by BJ Stables, Beth Ford, David Maya, Anna Maya Trains, and Alex Ashard, the jockey. Number 7 is Bluegrass Bred Racings and Breeding Farms, Nuru. She's trained by Tommy Drury Jr. with Colby Hernandez, calling the shots. Number 8, Anderson Stables of Brad Anderson's Lady Kate. She's trained by Eddie Keneally and Adam Beschitza as the riding assignment. Number 9, carrying the familiar green and white silks of G. Watts Humphrey Jr. is High Regard, conditioned by Vicky Oliver with Rafael Bejarano. Number 10 is Katie Ridge Farms' Josie, the great daughter of Race Day, trained by Steve Asmussen with Ricardo Santana Jr. Scratchy 11, number 12, Recoded, owned by the Foster Family Racing, Doug Miller, William Wargle, Stephen Carger, and the RK Eckridge Racing, Eric Foster trains, Marcelina Pedrosa Jr. in the saddle. Off the also, number 13, Matera, owned by the Don Alberto stable, trained by Brad Cox with Florent Giroux in the saddle. That's the field of 12 fillies and mares to go a mile here in the Groupy Doll Win Play Show. Exact to try Super Double. Post time in just a few minutes. Approaching the starting gate here in the Groupy Doll. Groupy Doll, wonderful race mare. Raced around here for trainer Buff Bradley, also a multiple Eclipse champion. Race formerly named the Gardenia, now the Groupy Doll, 40th edition, $125,000 for the fillies and mares to go a mile. Field of 12 here as they reach the starting gate. The 5-2 current favorite, the Latonia winner, Dream a Little Dream of You. She'll go in first. Up comes Nuru for the Bluegrass Brit Racing and Breeding Farm. Now Hamiko, she's in. Lady Kate and the Anderson Silks coming up. Sally's Curled. Moving forward 6-1 as High Regard has been loaded in. Istan Council up next for Jones and Jones. Drawn Baby and Recoded, the next two to move forward. Still two left after that. Jungle Juice and Matera. Jungle Juice coming up. Jockey off number 12, Recoded. Looks like Pedroza wants Recoded to load in without him. Then he'll reunite once she has been loaded in. And Recoded, she goes right in. Marcelino climbing up in the framework to reunite. Then we'll just wait on the gray Matera. And Florent Giroux in the orange Don Alberto Stable Silks. Matera, she'll complete the field of 12. Fillies and mares to go a mile. They're all set at the post. And they are off in the 40th renewal of the Groupy Doll. Istan Council with an alert beginning. Also, New Rue Lady Kate flashing speed up to the outside as they work around the opening turn. Lady Kate, she's made the point. She'll have company. Matera, she's keyed up and keen to go on. She'll match strides with her just about a length in front of New Rue, who came away racing in third. Jungle Juice to the inside from fourth. Recoded out in the clear from fifth as they turn up the backside in the Groupy Doll. And then a couple lengths further back from between horses, Istan Council, Dream a Little, Dream of You is down inside, racing along in the 7th position. Advancing up to the outside as they continue to run up the backside, it is Recoded. So just with about 4.5 furlongs to go, chasing Lady Kate. For Brad Anderson, she shows the way 3 parts of the length. Matera still tracking from second. Up to the outside, it is Recoded, New Rue, Jungle Juice, 3 across the course. Then down along the inside, Dream of Little, Dream of You is next. There goes Josie for the Katie Rich Farms. Cut loose by Santana on her back is Council. High Regards on the move. She's parked out 3 wide. Then comes Amico, still a couple lengths further back to the trailer. Grand Baby, a quarter mile to go after a half 47 and 4. Top of the home stretch in the Groupy Doll. Here comes Matera to the outside of Lady Kate. And these two lock up with 3/16 to go. And they turn on down for the money. To the inside, Lady Kate has been there every step of the way. Matera is bearing down. Here comes a 3 wide bid from Jungle Juice way out wide. High Regard is getting rolling. 1/16 left. It's Matera down to the inside. Lady Kate will not go away. Matera draws in off the also, and she takes the Groupy Doll by just about a neck. Lady Kate was next, and it was a photo between High Regard and Jungle Juice in the 40th edition of the Groupy Doll. The running time 1:36.41 seconds. Matera now on a 3-race win streak. Number 13, Matera. She stalked the pace setter throughout and had to work to get by a stubborn Lady Kate. But Matera, the daughter of Tappet, picks up her 4th lifetime victory in her 7th start, and she's a perfect 3 for 3 in 2021. Matera for the Don Alberto Stables, Brad Cox and Florent Giroux with that patient stalking ride to the outside of the pace setter. Home a winner once again here in the Groupy Doll. Photo finish here in the Groupy doll. Now the judges have posted the top 4 finishers. Winner number 13, Matera. Second, number 8, Lady Kate. Third, number 9, High Regard. Finishing fourth, number 6, Jungle Juice. 13, 8, 9, 6.
It's probably in there sitting.
Entering the winner's circle, number 13, Matera. She is a 4-year-old gray or roan daughter by Tappet out of the Trippy mare named Miss Macy Sue. The winner owned by Don Alberto's stable, trained by Brad Cox. Florent Giroux, the winning jockey, number 13, Matera, bred in Kentucky by the Outlaw Family Stables, LLC. 3 for 3 this year. She's 4 for 7 lifetime. And she's home a winner, 136 and 2. Ladies and gentlemen, at this time, I'd like to direct your attention into the winner's circle where the trophy presentation being made to the winning connections of the 40th edition of the Groupy doll. Number 13, Matera, her owners Don Alberto Stables, trainer Brad Cox and Florent Giroux, making the trophy presentation. The trainer of Groupy doll, Mr. Buff Bradley. Buff Bradley in the winner's circle making the presentation to the connections of number 13, Matera. Now the Groupie doll is official, $1,848, $540 on the winner. Exacta $90.20, trifecta $778.45, the double $29.50, pick 3 $168, dime super. How about this? $5,055.05 for a 10-cent investment. Up next, the ninth and final, sponsored by Run Happy, race number 9, a maiden 2-year-old. Special weight purse $51,000 to go a mile on the turf. Take out the 1A Horse Daddy, the 11, 12, 13, 14. All the alsos out of the ninth and final. Small carryover in the high five, almost $500. Post time in 22 minutes.
Solo son ustedes los seleccionados. ¿No? Okay.
You will be, Daddy?
Ustedes ya ni caigan, ¿no? Es difícil que salgan. ¿No? Ujú. Mire, es bueno, y yo creo que sí es monta caballo que mira acá. Sí es su hija, sí, monta caballo. Sí. No sé la vieja, se ve macizota ya. Nada que la cara, la. No sé, a lo mejor.
on the track for the 9th race, sponsored by Run Happy. Maiden 2-year-old, purse $51,000. Take out the also eligibles. Win, play, show it. Exacta, try, super, super high five. Post time in 6 minutes. Race 9, sponsored by Run Happy. Offers high five wagering with a carryover just shy of $500. Post time in about 6 minutes. Horses crossing on over to the turf course for race number 9 here at Ellis Park. Maiden 2-year-olds to go a mile on the turf. The race sponsored by Run Happy. 9-2 on Rich Strike. In goes Grail. Golden Purchase coming up on debut, 9-1 going in. Call Me Gusto at 8-1. Rich Strike moves in stall 3 at 9-2. Watts Humphrey Jr.'s Close Knit, debuting son of Liam's Map, coming up at 21-1. Formal Act up and in for Al Stall and Stuart Madison and Steve Landry. Western River 11-1. 2 left, waiting on Fierce Debate and Pour Me a Double. Fierce Debate on the stretch out here for Farmer and Cassie going in. 8-1 on the son of More Than Ready. And Pour Me a Double to the outside. Here's the start from Scott Jordan, race 9, sponsored by Run Happy at the post. And they are racing. Fast start for Call Me Gusto. Also the newcomer, Grail, flashing speed from the inside. Bourbon on Fire and Fierce Debate is keen to go on. And something to miss. Bourbon on Fire just had to tap the brakes there into the first turn. Where up top, Grail leads the way to the outside. Call Me Gusto will press from second. Fierce Debate away into third position now. Bourbon on Fire settles along in fourth, right to the inside of Close Knit. Then a couple lengths further back, it's Pour Me a Double, who races a mid-flight in the 6th position, about 7 lengths off the lead. Then comes the gray Western River, 3/4 of a length back to Formal Act. Then about a length and a half further back to Golden Purchase and Rich Strike. Out at the back of the pack, 12 lengths top to bottom up the backside. And they start to slow down here, 25-3, as the pace setters backing up to the field. It's Grail and Call Me Gusto fostering out those slow fractions. That pair matching strides 2 in front of Fierce Debate from third. Close Knit is fourth behind a half, 51-1 into the far turn. Then we trail back 2 lengths to Bourbon on Fire, who's shaded by Pour Me a Double. Rounding the turn, Call Me Gusto to the outside, Grail to the inside. There's still 3 clear. Up Fierce Debate, who's in third. Up to the outside, Close Knit launches up into fourth. And right on their back, Bourbon on Fire's fifth. Full of Run, going to have to try to push his way out as he's covered up right now, though, outside the 3/16 mile pole. And Call Me Gusto cut loose to the outside, and Call Me Gusto off the turn in front by 2. Here's Close Knit, who's on the attack, and Close Knit coming full bore down the center, has 1 furlong to get. Call Me Gusto shaken up top by Colby. Call Me Gusto still finding, and Call Me Gusto holding Close Knit, and Call Me Gusto 7-1 winner to take the 9th, sponsored by Run Happy by almost 2 in the end. Close Knit was second, and then a photograph or tight finish for third in 1:39-2. Judges posting number 7, Call Me Gusto, as the race winner. Second, number 4, Close Knit, and they did hang a photograph for the third position. 7-4 photo finish. Result of the photograph showed number 6, Grail, to be third. Fourth, number 2, Bourbon on Fire. And then for your high five, number 5, Fierce Debate, was fifth. 7-4-6-2-5.
There's those pistons. Oh no, we didn't walk on this hill. We didn't walk. We're not doing that. Trailers. We ready to go? Well, unless you want to go to the casino.
Once again, 7-4-6-2-5. Into the circle, number 7, Call Me Gusto. 8-year-old chestnut son of Cape Bastogne out of the Rock R10 mare named Saucy Jade. The winner's owned by Ralph Kinder, Irv Woolsey, and Ricky Stivers. The winning trainer, Sarah Hamilton, and the winning jockey, Colby Hernandez. That's 2 wins on the card for Colby Hernandez. For Call Me Gusto, this is the maiden break in victory. Coming on turf debut, home winner 139-2, the winner bred of Kentucky by Alliance Bloodstock Agency. Seven, 4, 6, 2, 5 to close out the show. And what a day it has been here at Ellis Park, as the Run Happy Ellis Park debutant went to very little sense. The Run Happy Ellis Park juvenile goes to Roger McQueen. The Run Happy Ottoman Oaks taken by Caribbean Caper. Then the Run Happy Ellis Park Derby went to Superstock. The Groupy doll goes to Matera. Congratulations to those winners of our 5 stakes races. Now the 9th is official. Call Me Gusto at 7-1 odds. Comes back 1780, 860 for 16. Pick 5, $2,425.25. Dime Super, $260.57. High 5 went unsolved. That will carry into Friday's card. Exacta 170, 40, 50-cent try, $417. Daily double, $102.10. Pick 3, $110.55. Pick 4, $1,077 and change. Well, race fans, that wraps it up for this week of live racing here at the track. You're invited to stick around. Head over to the clubhouse. Take your program with you. You get 25 free entries into the Horses and Horsepower promotion there in the casino. Of course, that giveaway is on September 4th. From all of us here at the track, thanks for coming out to Groupie Doll Day, Ellis Park Derby Day here at the track, sponsored by Run Happy. Live racing returns Friday with a 12:50 post. Until then,